business process reengineering, and this is kind of a very revolutionary topic since 1980s, because the technological revolution makes the changes to the business rapidly, and it makes more sense by applying different technological aspects as well as the managerial aspects and combined together, and it proposed a new hierarchical process management tool or process management activities related to. So this was one of very trendy topic in 1980s to 1990s. So uh, currently this is an established process, but there are different variations are available in current situation. And this initial concept was credited by Professor Michael, who was from MIT, and Professor Thomas from Babson College. So initially in 1990s, they have initialized this concept and conceptually, as well as in 93 they have started implementing this novel process management technology, and it was very success in that time, where we will discuss a few case studies related to this business process management, and we'll understand a little bit furthermore. And this was initially a research project. uh, it was named as a Partnership for Research in Information Systems Management. And actually there was a time in 1990s, there was a time to have a huge re-engineering process because of the labor cost and the software cost as well as the hardware cost becomes more and more competitive. So to get high enough competitive advantage, it's mandatory to redefine the processes. Because of this novel technological changes makes this novel process to change the entire business. That's why this re-engineering concept was arrived to the world in 1990s. Next, this is another important factor by Hama and Champe. So they was initialized mainly three artifacts to have more solid or consolidated of this business process re-engineering. What they are discussing is, the first one is customers who can now be very diverse, segmented, and they are expected to consultation. So what they are telling, customers are very diverse. Even in nowadays, you may have the same experience. I'll give a real world experience. What the Pizza Hut doing? What they are evolving, they are changing their recipes rapidly because of the customers are very diverse, and many of products like soap, you may see the variations are very high. The diverse of the customers are very high because of the customer requirements are very high, and customers can be segmented. This is the other component. Now I'll give another example. What the meaning of this segment is, the people who are like or willing to use this service or the product they can be divided into several parts. I will give another real world example which is existing in currently. Some people who really likes to buy discounted products. If you go for a supermarket, you may see some people are really like to purchase these discounted products. That's why once you arrived or once you enter to a supermarket, majority of the supermarkets you using this segmented strategy. What they are doing is they catch the discounted product or the discounted people once they enter, because these products are the highly valuable products at that time for the business. In another segment, there are people who like to have different tastes. I will give another example for this also. Now, some people want to change their living style, their food style, their economical styles, even they want to change. At that perspective, the segmented customers or the customers who are in a single separated clusters makes more sense. That's the meaning of this segmented customers, and are expected for consultation, as obviously it's a consultation based on the exponent. The competition that is interfaced to meet the needs of customers in very niche. But the purpose of this competition. Now, if you do not support for your customer, if you do not consider your customer strongly and agilely, what would be happen at the end of the day? Your customer will lose definitely. I'll give a real world example. Last week also I have given the same example. Some of telecommunication providers would face the issue of customers are increasing, but they are unable to support for their customers. At the end of the day, their customers are losing. The profit is losing. There should be a novel reprocessing activity to make the customers confident and keep the customers satisfied. We will discuss in the same concept under core business processes. And change that has become pervasive, persistent, faster, and some markets are prerequisite. What the meaning of this sentence is, now it's pervasive. It's pervasive. That means it's widespread and it's persistent. Some of products are very persistent. Some of products are very diverse and it's changing. I'll give an example. Mobile phones. What happens in there? The market is changing rapidly, but there are customers who are willing to buy day to day. Now, a mobile phone, if you purchase it in last 3 years, you may purchase a mobile phone for the same cost with more and more functionalities, but you are unable to sell that mobile phone for the same price or the higher price that you purchase because of these pervasive changes. But it's persistent. What's the meaning of this persistent is it's consolidated or it's very stable in the market, because a person can't live without a mobile phone. Okay, and it's faster. Business markets are changing very fast, especially once it comes to soap, especially once it comes to food. It's changing very fast. You may not experience the exact same food in last decade. It's changed rapidly, drastically changed. Even the same location, the same business owner, the business is exactly same, but the qualities and the product and the nature is changed very fast. Now, sometimes this might be a little bit confusing. Now, what is this and what is this diverse and what is this segmented and what is this competition and the customers persistent, pervasive? A lot of new things I'm throwing to you. No worries, we will go through and you will understand with very simple examples what they are mentioned, what they are emphasized in this business process reengineering. Now, sometimes in the last slide, you might get a lot of confuses. What is this? Now, we will clear it out. No worries, we will clear it out. What is a business process? First of all, you should understand what's a business process. A set of logically related tasks that focus on a specific outcome of the process. Now, the keyword in here is the specific outcome. Now, business process is mainly focused on an outcome. So what happens in there? Once you're defining a process, your process should be focused on the outcome. Your process should be focused on the outcome. But these activities should be in a logically related task. You should not be able to develop a process with a random activities. I will give a simple example for this. If you want to develop a customer management or customer satisfaction rule, there are a set of logical related tasks. I'll give an example. I'll show you in a pictorial way in next slide. These tasks are logically related, interdependent. You can't remove anything. And that focuses on specific outcome. That's the core concept, because whatever the product, whatever the process that we are defining, at the end of the day, there should be some sort of business enhancement. That's the core concept that you have to understand. And what is a core process? Core process is a process that is defined that you should not be able to, or you can't avoid and run your business, especially like customers management, especially like financial management, especially like human resource management. You can't avoid and run. These are core processes. Technology, information technology. Without a software, you can't run your business. That's the nature. So these are the core processes. But these processes are changing time to time. Because of the technological changes, you may see the exact same thing. Before this pandemic period, the business was run their on locations. But what has happened? The technology emphasizes in here. Technology makes the changes delivered to home. And they was like to have more purchases online. There was a time in Sri Lanka. It was initiated, but not this much. Who changes this? The technology. Technology defines an e-commerce applications. Technology defines the order tracking system. Technology defines the home delivery systems, isn't it? There's a tracking system. Once you ordered a pizza, once it arrives, you will get an SMS, automated SMS. This technological changes done these processes. Now, currently, not in Sri Lanka, there are courier services. There are courier services running based on totally non-human. There's no human intermediation by drones. Drones are carrying different items here and there, especially like Amazon products inside the stores. There's no human to carry here and there. Amazon products. And the business values, outcomes of the change. Now the business values are changing because of this diverse of the human, diverse of the people, the requirements of the people is change. So the business values should be changed. We will see what is a business value in the future. I think you might a little bit clear about now what is the story of the business process. It's just a set of logically related tasks, and these tasks are mainly focused on the outcome. And there are core processes that we have to define, like information technology, human resource management, and other stuff. And what the changes of the over the period is the technological changes and business values. Now, business process reengineering. I have discussed about the business process, at least some rough idea you might have now. And reengineering. What's the reengineering? Reengineering is focus on the business objectives that fit for new cycle. It's a radical change. It's a total change. This is the change that you should accept very hardly. Sometimes you have realized it. Some changes are making very hard for digest for us. But it's the business change. That's the purpose of re-engineering. What's the re-engineering is? A set of activities totally new. These activities are totally new for you, introduced for you, because to make these business processes, are to be more solid and run solidly. Now I'll explain it again. What is the business process? It's a set of logically related activities. And what's the meaning of re-engineering? These logically related activities are totally changed to a new facade. That means you have a set of processes. I'll give an example. There's a security guard who is willing to accept or reject you once you go into a company. There's a black box. You can't access without this security guard. There's a person who is looking at you. And the business process changed, totally removed this security guard. Instead of that, what they have introduced a novel face recognition based CCTV camera. The business process is accept or reject a person. Re-engineering is totally remove this person and introduce a new system. It's a wholly new process introduced to company. I think it's clear now. Business process and re-engineering. Business process re-engineering. Logically related tasks. What are the logical related among these? Whether you are allowed or not. Whether you are allowed or not. And I think you are clear about this business process re-engineering or business process. Any questions up to now? Any questions, anything that you are not clear? I just want to confirm that you are clear on this business process re-engineering. Only this word, that's more than enough. If you are not clear, if there's any doubt, anything unclear, if something that you are not sure, or any idea to add.
No, sir, got it.
Got it, right, nice. Then we'll move to the next point. Now, this is the important factor, the core value and business processes, core business processes. So there's a situation, your washing machine won't work. It's a common situation, it's a common scenario. Not only a washing machine, it might be another machine, whatever a machine. Your washing machine is not working. I'll give this simple example. Now what you do, you just call your customer. You are the customer who are really angry and you are frustrated because you can't wash your clothes. Now what was happened here? You just call to the call center. You just call to the call center and you have informed to there's an issue in my washing machine. It's not working due to these parts are not working. I'm not sure what's the reason behind that. And what the call center people do, they inform to the service people. Oh, this might be an automated technical process, service dispatch. You make sure to the relevant person to work on this issue. Whose issue? This customer's issue. In this case, technician is the responsible person to follow up this process and complete this activity. To follow up this process and complete this activity. Now this technician got an idea. I need some parts. So the technician requests from the warehouse, can you please hand over these parts for me? And the customer complete the activity with a warranty. Your washing machine is repaired by this technician with a warranty. That means for next 2 years, I'll give a warranty. This part would never give any problem. Finally, your customer is happy. Now, where the business value? Business value is in here. Because your customer is happy with the warranty and your service is completed. It's a premium help. The customer is really happy now. Initially, you are really painful, frustrated. You don't like, aggressive. You call to the call center very aggressively. This part is not working and I'm frustrating. Can you help me soon as possible? Now this is the process. These activities, each and every activity is a logically related activity. This is a process. Each and every activity is logically related. If you remove any component in here, if you call any component in here, your business process might be get another huge trouble. I'll give an example. If a customer directly calls to the technician directly go to your place and fix it. Now there's no any record on this. Technician is not a responsible person to keep a specific record. That person just take the request and complete. And the other hand, there might be 1,000 requests per day, so the technicians can't handle all the requests in each and every day. That's why the huge business companies keep a separate call center. If you are starting a new company, you do not want a call center. Why? You can handle it yourself. But your business is growing day to day. Your customer base is growing. 1K, still it might be okay. But once it comes to 10K or 100K of your customer base, you would not be able to handle all the customer requests. That's the normal. If you are producing a product or a service, there are customers who willing to chat with you and they might want to tell something to you, especially once it comes to trouble. If there's no any trouble, you don't want to disturb your call center, isn't it? If your mobile phone or your whatever the thing, your washing machine is not working, only that time you realize there's a call center, there's a person. Unless it's working, no worries, you don't care about that. That's the nature. If there's a problem, then you will go to solve that problem. If you are sick, then only you realize there's a doctor. Unless you just walk here and there, you would not do anything because doctors are there. Once a problem arrives, then you consult your doctor. If your vehicle is running smoothly, no worries, you don't care anything. But if there's a problem, You consult a technician. That's the nature. But once it comes to a consultation level or the problem discussion level, your customer base is less, then individually you can solve that problem. But once it comes to a huge business, you can't handle all the requests. As an example, if you get a large business like Abans, you should not able to directly contact your customer, your technician. There's a separate call center in mobile operations like Dialog, Mobitel, whatever. There's a separate call center. You call to them for to solve a problem, not for fun. So there should be a solid business process to solve your problem. That's the business process and the value. Now, if the customer is still unhappy, I'll give a real world example. In Dialog, uh, once you get a service, usually they do not support properly for us. That's the nature. Right? Sorry, I'm not hate with Dialog, but it's the reality, the real scenario that I faced. I'm telling, right? I'm telling zero. They are sending an SMS. Are you happy with our service? Then I'm telling no, zero. What they are telling? Sorry for the inconvenience caused. We will look into this. That's it. Why? The customer base is very high. They are unable to make the business value by happy customers. Even if you go to Colombo University, it's in middle in Colombo, right? No internet. That's the nature, right? That's the nature. If you go with the Dialog internet connection, you will face a lot of issues. Even I have faced the same issue. That's why I'm telling. No signal. Right? So somehow the business value, each and every business, sometimes once you purchase a pizza, you might get a call after 2 to 3 days. Usually after 2 days or one day, you will get a call from the call center. Are you happy with this thing? Then if you tell no, still what they are telling, sorry for the inconvenience case, we'll look into this, but everything is still there. Everything is still there. What you have to think as a profession, as an information systems engineer, you should create a new path, which is known as this business process reengineering. Right? There are problems. You can't say currently there's no any problem. Then no queues, right? Then no queues, no customer requests, everything is running very smoothly. No, that's not the scenario. Even nowadays, the technological enhancements are there, but the processes are not well defined. In the other hand, there might be situations over processed. That means it's blocker for everything. You should get 10 approvals to do a given task. If not, you can't do. It's over processed. Oh, it's very tight processes are running. There's a blockers. This is your activity, starting activity. This is your ending activity. You can't move these doors without completing these activities like a game. It's very tight process. A game, you can't move to the level 1 to level 2 without completing level 1 tasks. It's very tight process. Again, the business value should be considered by yourself. Where your customer is lagging, where your customer is facing problems. At that time, you have to define your processes very clearly. Okay. Now, I have to speak a little bit about the core processes. These are the core processes. You can't ignore. A core process is a process that can't be ignored in your business. You can't ignore anything. If you ignored anything, that means another set of problems are arriving. A set of problems will be created. Now, what is business process re-engineering? You redefine the entire process. What you want to do, your customer makes to happy. That's it, right? This is your transition. This is your business value. Now, if I separate this process, if you think about this sad customer to happy customer. This is the standard process defined in your company at the moment. This is the process that is defined at the moment. Currently, this is the process that is happening in your company, your washing machine repairing company. Now, you are the responsible person to define a new process, which is business process reengineering. You are the owner. We'll discuss a little bit about the roles in the future. We will see, right? Now, you are the responsible person. Now, this is your current process. You have to define a new process. What you can do? You can totally remove this process and define an automated robot to get your request, and this robot should fix your washing machine and hand it over. No technicians, no need to contact your parts, because your robot having good understanding what is the issue in there. This is your existing process, and this is your novel process. Your existing process is removed and re-innovative process or the novel process is introduced. This is the business process re-engineering. What you have to consider, your sad customer is still unhappy after introducing your new robot. If your customer is bad and sad after introducing your new process, this is not the business process re-engineering. Business value should be same or enhanced, especially enhanced. We will discuss what are the aspects that we have to consider about the customer value enhancements and how the technology can help in these aspects. Your painful customer to happy customer. This is the core business value or the core business situation that you consider. You are not considering about the entire scenario. You, as a business owner, think you are a business owner. You just care about your customer is happy. That's it. But the situation is different once it comes to a business process. Why? In current scenario, you have to confirm to your technician there is an issue. Your technician should get the relevant goods, and technician is responsible to provide this warranty unless your customer is not happy. But once you redefine the exact same process, your sad customer because of your washing machine is not working, to make your customer happy, your robot should be able to understand what this person is speaking. He or she would be give a call, and there should be a natural language processing to understand what's the issue and where this machine is located. Then this robot should be able to arrive to that place. Think like a machine that can fly. This machine can fly to this person's home and fix or the repair this thing. This is your machine, washing machine, and at the same time, the customer would get an SMS for warranty, 2 years warranty, exact same warranty, 2 years warranty. Now it's really happy because your customer is really happy because it's very less time, very less cost, and easy, especially. Now I think you are clear about business process reengineering. What are the core business values and what are the core business processes? This might be a single value. This might be a value, your customer value. There might be another value like cost reduction. We will discuss about these things. There are separate set of values are there once it comes to a business. Reengineering would be able to support you in each and every aspect strongly. Now you should, in that mind, now we are going to re-engineer the entire situations, entire processes. We are introduce new things, but the core value should keep as it is. Whatever the new thing you introduce to the world, it should be keep your customer is happy. Now, from that attitude, we'll move to the next point. Now, business process reengineering is a business process to deliver a successful product. At the end of the day, your customer is happy if the product is successful. No issues. If you purchase a washing machine, it would consume only one unit and no repairs for last 5 years or 8 years. It's working perfectly. You are really happy, isn't it? You are really happy. No issues. You purchased a vehicle, you buy a vehicle. There's no any issues. Very high mileage. You can travel with a liter, and it's cost effective and very sophisticated. So you are happy. So business process reengineering is adding these business values to the business. Business values to the business. How? By this successful product. You should maintain your customers happy. Right? Business reengineering is the fundamental rethinking and redesign of business processes to achieve dramatic improvements in critical contemporary measurements of performance. Hard. It's hard, right? We'll discuss one by one. This is a fundamental rethinking. This is a fundamental rethinking. You should not think about next decade. You just think about now. This is the fundamental rethinking. You should think about now. What is the current problem? What is the current problem? There might be a new machine that will be introduced in next decade. Give me a second. Okay. Now, business reengineering is the fundamental rethinking. Now, you are thinking about current situation. You are not thinking about future situations. And redesign of business processes. Now, you have to redesign the business process. It's not an adjustment. It's a redesign. Your design is a new design to achieve dramatic improvements in critical contemporary measurements of the performance. Now, there might be performance measurements. I will give an example to understand this whole story. Now, think you are a student. Now, I'm not telling you are a weak student, right? Don't get upset. Think you are a student who is not getting marks in examinations well. Think a situation. This is the most familiar the example that I can give to you. Now you are a student who is getting very low marks in each and every exam, whatever the subject. Each and every exam, you are getting low marks. Now you have to rethink about, fundamentally you have to rethink about your situation. What is the fundamental situation? You are currently facing low marks. You have to think about why I am getting low marks. Why I am getting low marks? What are the reasons that behind my low marks? Low marks are getting because of these things. You can take a piece of paper and write whatever the things in there. This is the fundamental rethink. There might be barriers like you are addicted to social media. You are addicted to movies. You are addicted to novels. Due to some reason, there might be a set of reasons you can write in your paper. This is the fundamental rethinking. You are thinking about current situation. You are not thinking about your master's or PhD. You're just thinking about your bachelor's. And redesign of business processes. Now you have set of weak points in your reasons. No one needs to separate consult for this situation because this is a personal situation. This is not I'm not getting a huge business example. I'm getting very simple example which is familiar for you. But at that case, you have to redesign your business process. In here, the examination process, your learning process. You can remove your social media accounts. Now, you have identified your first reason. You're spending 8 hours in social media. No more social media. All Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, all the accounts, whatever the social media account that is disturbance for you, you are removing that. Number 2, you have identified you are spending 2 hours for novels. No novels today onwards. You throw all the novels away. You can hand it over to a library free of charge. They'll accept it. Now, this is the redesign. You are not allocating 1.5 hours for social media, then it's not a redesign because it's 8 hours. You have to totally remove that 8 hours. That is the redesign. So 1.5 means it's a modification. It's not a redesign. You have to clearly understand about these two words. It's a modification. It's not a redesign. Redesign means totally remove the social media platforms, each and every platform, each and every novel, throw it away. Now you can achieve dramatic improvements. You can achieve dramatic improvements. What are the improvements? In critical contemporary measurements of the performance. What's the measurement of your performance? Your marks. It's 90%. Now you are really happy. Now you are really happy. What I have done? I have fundamentally rethink about my problems. What are the problems in my examination? My business reengineering problem is low marks. How I have approached it? fundamental rethink. I have noted down the problems. I'm spending 8 hours for social media, 2 hours for novels, and 1 hour to chat with the others, and 1 hour for teledramas and stuff. I have redesigned the business processes. What are the business processes redesigned? No more social media, no more novels, no more television. Now, there should be a dramatic improvement where a huge improvement where your marks. It's a critical measurement. But once it comes to a large business, there might be a lot of variables are there. Now, in this case, your personal activities, your novel, your social media, your telegram. These are the core functions, core features that you faced. And once it comes to a business, what are the core values they are considering? Cost, quality, speed. Cost should be reduced. If you are planning to develop a new, we'll get a mobile phone, it should be in low cost, but quality should very high, and delivery speed should be very high. These are the core business values or the performance measurements in the business. Now, what you have to think, your problems are here. You have to redesign your business process to achieve low cost, high quality, high speed deliverables. This is not something easy. As I initially told to you, the three pillars of cost, scope, and the time for a project management. Now, these pillars, on top of these pillars are the performance measurements are there. So as a project manager, you should be able to manage these tasks in smooth and simultaneously with your co-workers and your client. Both sides are there. To achieve these performance measurements, it's not something easy. It's really, really hard. It's really, really hard because if you reduce the cost, there's high impact for your quality and high impact for speed. If you improve the quality, there's a high impact for cost and speed. The other way around, if you are dealing with something very fast, the quality might be reduced accordingly. To manage all of these performance measurements are really hard, but once it comes to the previous example, once you remove your core problems in your examination, you can improve definitely high marks. No problems. If you spend 8 hours for your studies, no worries. There's a high impact or dramatic improve can be confirmed because you are achieving only one target. To achieve that one target, if you hire another external person, external consultant or home visit teacher, the cost is high. Now, on that time, you have to think about redesign again. You have to rethink about again, right? So this is not something easy. It's really hard. It's really hard to achieve. Now, I think you are clear about this fundamental thinking, redesigning, and the performance measurements of the improvement. These three things are very clear now. Now we'll go to another point, strategic redesign of business process and rethinking re-engineering perspective. Now, this is a strategic redesign. There are a lot of strategic movements to achieve a given goal. And there might be business processes of this redesigning. In the context of engineering aspects, this is the point. You can think about different aspects like sociological aspects. You can think about some other economical aspects, but we are thinking in engineering perspectives. Now, engineering is always towards the result. Any engineering product is end with the result. It might be a complete success result, or it might be not a complete success result. But if there's not, but still a new knowledge is generated to the world, you can't move towards this process and you can't get this result. It's a strategic redesign. Now, all of together in a simple terms, this is the analysis redesign of the business processes to achieve a high confident result. In simple, how we can define business process reengineering through this analysis of the redesign. I think it's clear now of this simple introduction. I haven't gone through very deeper. We'll discuss one by one in very soon. Now, where this business process reengineering resides, what path is that, engineering path or a sociological path? Now, whenever a business is there, there's a business process, business management. This is the business management. And business is here. There are a lot of other sectors here. Business management is in here. And under the business management, business process management is here. Under the business management, business process management is here. Under the business process management, business process reengineering is here. So this is the on top of the all this care. This is very small. If your business is this much, business process reengineering is lesser than this much, even very small. There are technology, there are finance, lot of things are there in your business. But business management is another aspect for a success business. Under the business management, we can think about business process management. The business management through a specific processes. There are different processes for this business management. And the business process can be engineered or re-engineered, produced a new thing using this business process re-engineering. That is business process re-engineering. Now, once it comes to BPR, business process re-engineering, there are a lot of definitions available since 1990s. But I can't state that each and every defines the same business process re-engineering. We will go one by one and we will try to understand in a very simple way, very simply. We'll understand what there are different definitions by different researchers. We will see what they are telling. Analysis and design of workflows and processes within and between organizations. Analysis and design of workflows and processes. Analysis and design. What they are doing? They are analyzing and designing workflows and processes. What's a workflow and what's a process? Workflow means an activity with a work. Each and every component, there should be a deliverable. There should be a deliverable. Something should, there's some asset. It might be tangible or intangible. There's an asset. That's a workflow. What's a process? There might be an output or not, but it's a set of logically related tasks. That's it. So you have to design an analysis of these workflows and processes within and between the organizations. That's a story. Within and between the organizations. Within company means there might be organizational hierarchical changes. There might be organizational hierarchical changes, such as you can revamp your engineering team, you can revamp your technical team, you can revamp your management team, whatever. Within the organization, inside your organization, you are recreating separate teams. Once you join for a company, Nowadays, the monolithic architecture to uh, service oriented or microservices architecture is there. So under the microservices architecture, what they are doing, they are separating into teams. In the same story, in agile development, you might scope up to usually 6 to 8 people, not more than that, not less than that, around 6 to 8. So that's the organizational. Within the organizational changes are there, and between the organization means your organization and the client organization, your organization and the organization that is supporting for your business, such as business infrastructure for from information technological aspect. That means the software development company, your business and the suppliers. There might be some supplier who is supplying some sort of raw materials or some sort of services. There might be between the organization. There might be, there's a separate structure called supply chain management. But they are planning between organization the redesigning. Supply chain management is mainly focusing on the between the organization. It's a nice management aspect. Go through. I'm really motivated you to understand it's a strategic management, supply chain management. Currently it's well established and a lot of companies are using this supply chain management. And I think it's clear this is analysis and design of workflows and processes within the organization and between the organization. This is very simple definition and it's very tight definition. And the other definitions, apart from this, the other definitions are defining like very loosely or in another aspect. We will see one by one. Fundamental rethink and radical redesign of business processes to achieve dramatic improvements in critical contemporary measurements of performance such as cost, quality, service, speed, which I have discussed a little bit earlier. Rethink, restructure, and streamline of business structure, process, methods of working, management systems, and external relationships through which value is created and delivered. Hard. No worries. We will see what they are telling. Rethink, redesign. Not need to tell about again this rethink and restructure. I have told few times what is this rethinking and what is this restructure. And what is this streamline? Aligned to a specific process. Now there can be some situation. I'll give a real world situation. You are calling to your call center and call center logs your problem in a service record. I think it's a book. I'll give a very simple unrealistic example, or a system. We'll get a realistic example. There's a software to record your, this is the call center operation person. That person got your request, then he record that story into uh, a separate system. Then this system deliver the relevant uh, information to the relevant person. It might be the engineer who is responsible for networking, or it might be the management perspective, another project manager, or it might be a business analysis, whoever. Now this structure is not a streamlined structure. Why? You just log and waiting for your system to do. What you can do, you can redirect it to the relevant person, because system should be able to understand what is this story. It might be a natural language processing related to activity. There can be a high fault, high uh, error prone situation. So what you can do, you can streamline the process. I do the stuff. I'll directly transfer the request to the relevant person. That is the streamlining. Now, each and every process, there should be a separate confident activities, but it should be in a streamline. Now, I think you are clear. It's in a single line from the customer's perspective. If your customer is here, and at the end of the day, this customer would not able to understand all the things happen behind the scene. It's just a single line. You do this thing, that thing, and that's this thing and that thing. Then you will get the solution. That's it. But behind the scene, there might be another subset of processes are there to make this business success. The business structure, processes, methods of working, management systems, and external relationships through which, no, it's really hard. No worries, we'll start. Business structure. What is this business structure? Business structure is the structure that we are going to restructure. Currently, there's a structure. There might be very high structure. You have to tell sir for everyone. The structure is there. You are a person who is in here, and you have to say so sir for everyone. You're here. Immediate boss, sir. Above everyone, sir. Sir or madam. This is the current business structure. What you can do? A flat structure. There's only one person, the other everyone is there. This is the information technology company is doing. Flat structure. No sir. Macha. That's it. Macha. Or with the name. Saman, Naruna, Kasun, anyone. This is the business structure. Not only this responsible structure, there might be the other business structures like purchasing, product quality management. These things are like another set of business structures. Processes, methods of working. Methods of working. You have to rethink about the methods of working. What are the things that the working? Your working environment can be changed. How? You can change the people to work from home. Now, think currently everyone is like facing huge trouble for this understanding, for this learning, because you are learning from home, right? You know, once I have started my very own online education in 2010 or 2011 or 12, some around 10 around, I'm pretty sure. At that time, I have learned Stanford University lectures. Right? I have learned Stanford University. I'm in Sri Lanka. I have graduated from Sri Lanka. But I have learned Stanford University lectures. How? Is that in my location? No. It's just method of learning. I just moved to online learning. There are a lot of MOOC certifications with me. No, even I haven't seen the university. I haven't seen the lecturer. I don't know where they are. Even they are black or white, I don't know. But it's not a matter for me because I just want to learn. That's it. If the content is clear, if I can understand what they are deliver, that's it. There are discussion forums. I'm not sure whether that you are learning currently a MOOC or not. Massive online learning. Open courses like Coursera, Udemy, Audacity. Lot of platforms are there. And you can learn. It's a self-study. Probably I haven't even spent a cent for these certifications. All the certifications I got free. But it's a competitive because they are giving very limited time. But somehow it's a method of learning. I have given an example from my end, but method of working, it's exact same. Now I have worked for British Telecom PLC time back around 2013, 15, British Telecom. Now I haven't seen these people even, whether they are black or white, but I have worked for them. I haven't visited to British, they are London or the location they are working. I just work from Sri Lanka. Method of working, the remote working. Now this is the working environment that currently you should prepare yourself, because in next decade I don't think so any company would allow to come to company, because it's very cost effective. No air condition, no separate seat, no separate fee for building. From the business owner's perspective, this is very valuable. In the other hand, for a worker's perspective, it's very valuable. Why? Think a person who is traveling 2 hours to go to your office, 2 hours back to your home, 4 hours. You have totally consumed to travel. Or 1.5 to 1.5, or even 30 minutes, you have consumed 1 hour. Totally for unwanted thing, traveling. Now you are working at home. You are saving lot of time. You can have more sleep. This is the method of working. And the other aspect is like agile mechanisms, Six Sigma. These are the other methods of working. Now, working method might be not fit for you. Like some students can't work alone. They want a team to learn. There are people, because I told right, the human is like very diverse. The problem, of course, because of this diversity. Now, methods of working should not be exactly same for you. I will give an example. Some people would like to read a book and understand. Some people would like to hear a discussion and understand, like case studies. Some people would like to watch a movie and understand. Some people would like to do and understand. That's the method of learning. In the same way, method of working might be differ for you, one to one, one to another one. Now, this is a rethinking and restructure of this method of working for enhance the business core values, business values. Now, management systems and external relationships through which, now, what is this management system? No need to explain again. Different management systems are available. Decision supporting systems, EIS, DSS, MIS, different stories that you have learned, right? Management systems. And external relationships. What are the external relationships? As implies the relationships outside your group. It might be the exact same company, but a different team, through which value is created and delivered. Now, why we want to rethink and redesign and streamline these things? Business structure, process, method of working, management system, through which of the value is created and delivered. Now we are planning to create and deliver a value. We are planning to create and deliver a value. Now this is another definition, as it's not exactly same they are telling like business process reengineering, but it's like business process reengineering. And we'll go to the next one, concurrent redesign of processes, organizations and their supporting information systems to achieve radical improvement in time, cost, quality and customers regard. I'll come to here. I'll use another color. Contemporary measurements performance such as cost, quality, service and speed. It's like nearly same, right? It's like nearly same. Now they are telling concurrent redesign of processes and organizations. What's the meaning of concurrent? Which is happening in the same time. Two things happen, two or more things happening in the same time. There might be a set of processes that need to redesign, which are executing in the same time. One independent from the other one. One independent from the other one. But there are situations one depend on the other one. You can't complete a task without completing the previous task, prerequisite. And they are telling supporting information systems. This is the story, supporting information systems. Now, up to here, up to these three things, they haven't even mentioned about these information systems or the information technological aspect. But in here, they are separately, they are clearly mentioning supporting information systems to achieve radical improvement, time, cost, quality. Now, in here, they are speaking about measurements of the performance to achieve the things. And here what they are telling, use the technology to achieve these things. It's an enhancement of the same business process reengineering story. Now we'll go to the last point. Fundamental rethinking and redesign of the operating processes and organizational structure focused on the organization's core competencies to achieve dramatic improvements in organization performance. It's like a combination of these things, right? A fundamental rethinking, I told about this. Redesign, I told this. Operating process, I told this. Organizational structure, I told this. Focused on organization core competencies or core values, spoke to achieve dramatic improvements. I told it what is a dramatic improvement in organizational performance. Now this organizational performance can be radical improvement in time cost quality, dramatic improvement reducements in critical contemporary measurements of performance such as quality, size. Now I think it's like uh, every researcher related to BPR is focused on the customer and the business values, the outcome, by enhancing the processes. By enhancing the processes, we should deliver something to our customers. We should deliver something to our customers. Now that's the story of this business process engineering. I have spent a little bit more time on these definitions because you might research, you might search in internet. There are different definitions available. You might get confused. What is this? What is actually business process reengineering? That's the normal story, right? You might get a lot of troubles. You can't understand what's actually they are telling. What I have to clear in here you is to that you're having like thorough understanding, and there are different names are proposed like business process enhancement, like as different names are there. Different names are there, they have discussed. But at the end of the day, at the end of the day, it's like extract story what they are telling. Nearly, it might be not the 100% extract story, but there might be some nearly extract story that they are telling. Now, once you go to documentations, you can see some words like business process improvement, core business process redesign, business process innovations, business process transformation, organizational reengineering, business process management, especially like business process management is apart from that, there it's on top of a story. And business scope redefinition, whatever the mechanism that they are speaking, a different aspect of this business process re-engineering. I'm not telling it's like extract same story that they are telling the business process re-engineering, but there might be a small deviation from this core concept. But nearly like 95 percentage or 90 percentage, they are telling the story behind this enhancement of the customers or make the customers happy via this business process re-engineering, or the new process are introducing by removing current processes. When you apply to business process re-engineering, now this is the point that you have to understand. Now business process engineering is a whole set of story, but what you have to understand is when you should apply. It's not applicable for everywhere. It's not applicable for everywhere. You should apply BPR. I'm getting the same extract, same words from this Hammer and Champit. Companies that find themselves in deep trouble. Companies that find themselves in deep trouble. They have no choice if a company's costs are in order to magnitude higher than the competition's, or its business model will allow if its customer services is abysmal, that customers openly rail against it. If it is product failure rate is high than the competitors. If in other words, it needs order of magnitude improvement, that company clearly needs business re-engineering. Sometimes it might be a wordy story for you, but no worries. Two key things are there. What is the first thing? Competitive advantage. Let me ask a question. Do you know what's competitive advantage? Anyone? What do you mean by competitive advantage? Yes, anyone? Competitive advantage. Competitive advantage එකක් කියන්නේ මොකක්ද? Any idea? Any thought? What do you mean by competitive advantage? Okay, competitive advantage is an advantage that can get over another competitor. I will give an example. Now you are producing a new product. A new product. It might be a small toy. It might be a small toy. But once you produced your product to the market, there might be another set of people who are producing nearly same product. It might be it might not be the exact same, but functionality and the other stuff, everything's like nearly same. Now there's a competition, yourself and the other business people. You should be able to compete your other business people. You should be winner in the business world by defeating your other businesses around you. Or it might be currently there might be another business that you are going to defeat there and win. Both situations are competitive advantages. There might be some stories like it's like a huge topic like first move advantage, late move advantage and stuff also there. But just I want to tell you, uh, it's your compete. Yeah, there's a competition in each and every way. Yourself and your friends. You should compete your friends and get good marks. You should be a star in your team. It's not something easy. And the other hand, some people are definitely giving you can be the star. We just look at you and we'll clap on you. That situation is there in the educational sector. I'm not a star at all. It's okay. I just run behind someone else. That's a different story. But it comes to money, there's a competition. You want to reach than the others. You want to earn than the others. Very rarely people are telling it's okay. I don't want any salary increment in this time. I don't have seen such a person. I don't want a salary increment in this time. I'm happy with this current salary. To get more salary, to get more uh, performance bonus, you should be do something else, perform well than the others. It's a competition. In each and every environment, there's a competition to go to the top. Right? This is the competition. This is the competitions. Now, what they are telling, there's a competitor. There's a competitor and there's a business value. Business value. Now, if the business value is continuously going down or continuously descending and against your competitors deliver the same product in high quality, in lower time, in lower cost. So your business values is getting down because your product is too much high and quality is too low and you are getting lot of time to solve the problem. At that time, you should start redesigning or business process reengineering. That's the first concept. Your business values are going down. Your customers are really unhappy. They are really sad. Your customer base is ruined day by day. It's descending, the numbers, it's descending. It's getting lower numbers. And your competitors are getting more and more customers because there's separate set of unique people who might be customers. But the competitive advantage, you should do something, you should deliver something, an advanced version to make your customer happy. Customers will never happy 100% unless it's fully completed. That's the nature. Now, this is the first point that you want to BPR. You want to apply BPR. The second point, companies that are not in a trouble. They are not in a trouble. Now here it's very clear. Business in a trouble. Now there are situations in the world. Totally business got ruined and they sell the entire customer base to some another company and leave. There are a lot of case studies. This was happened because their business core value is going down and down and down. One day they sell the entire business to someone else and leave. This situation is very clear. You want to business process reengineering. Now this case, companies are that not in trouble. They are not in trouble, but whose management can see trouble coming. Now this is the point. Currently, we are in a stable market. Our customers are happy and fine. But your management can see in next decade, due to the technological change, a new machine is supposed to introduce by another company. Then our business might get ruined in future, or our business can face to a trouble in future. At that time, you should have a business process reengineering initiate. I will give an example for this. There are companies time back in 90s or 2000s. They are the top niche business. They are the highest business market. They are the topmost people. But within 10 years, they totally ruin because they do not adapt to the coming changes in the future. They do not have a future goal. They do not have a future objective to fit. As an example, Nokia, they are one of top niche business. They was totally ruined. Different reasons are there, but different reasons are there. But I'm telling, at that time, if they do a BPR, business process reengineering, they would be able to grab the market and continue. This is how Google, Apple, and YouTube people, they especially like Google related products, they innovative like Facebook, they are innovative providing. Today you might see Facebook something, in next 6 months definitely there's more functionalities are there to make your customers happy, right? Because the technology is changing, there might be trouble is coming. But if you are sure, like even Facebook do not deliver something in next uh, 1.5 years, I don't think so. They would lose their customer base because it's a widespread business. They have like customer base in WhatsApp, they have customer base in Instagram, they have customer base in Facebook. Nevertheless, if the Facebook is going down, no worries, Instagram is coming up and running. That's a strategical goal. That's a strategical goal. Facebook is going down, no worries. Customers are moving to Instagram. Extract same company. In the company's perspective, customer base is in there. And they increase day by day. Clear? Now the third point, companies that are in peak condition. Companies that are in peak condition and see an opportunity to develop lead over their other competitors. Now, there are companies in peak like Google. Now they are in the top niche. Google Chrome, it's installed to your lap or your desktop, isn't it? At the moment, it's in a peak condition. Very rarely Firefox is installed and the other browsers, very rarely. I don't think so, not more than 10% of market share. But it's like 80% to 90 Chrome. It's in top. And they see an opportunity to develop a lead over their competitors. Now, in this case, it's a future product or future thing that they want to develop lead continuously. They are having contracts with the other hosting companies. They are having separated marketing and advertising poles are there, and separate marketing campaigns are there. Geographically distributed market is there, and Google Chrome is continuously increasing. That's why different versions are coming. Unless it might be Google 1.0 still, sorry, Chrome 1.0. It's evolving, it's enhancing the customer's experience. But different technological aspects and different types are there, but they are in the peak condition. Now they are in the top, the highest most people, and they are seeing every time the opportunity to develop lead over their competitors. How? Because of the research. They are doing research and they are finding the top niche problems and they solve that. That's a lead over their companies. That's how they are leading. They research and introduce new things day by day. That's how they are achieving these competitors. Now they are having a separate business process reengineering, which is not the exact same word, but in a different wordings, the same story is there. You can interpret the same thing in different words, right? At that time you're telling the exact same story in different words, but somehow now these are the three things that you should think apply to business process reengineering. Before you are applying business process reengineering, you should see which category A, B or C is getting to this company. This category A is most easiest thing because the problem is there, we can see. Problem B, little bit hard, tricky, and there should be a strategic management team separately. Step C, this is the hardest thing and you should be very wisely and get a proper decision making process to make it runs very successful manner. Unless you might not be in the peak, definitely you will get ruined. This is the place that you should able to apply business process reengineering. Now, tools and techniques. What are the tools and techniques that we can apply for the business process reengineering? Process visualization. Visualization of the vision of the process. Under the business process management, business process notation is there, business BPM and business process notations are there to diagrammatically visualize the business processes. This is the concept which is known as business process visualization. At that time you have separate boxes. I'm not speaking today. Please go through this business. It's not business process reengineering. It's called business process management. In there, is a business process notation is there. For that, there's separate diagrams are there. First, you should do this one, then you should do this one, then you should do this one, and you should do this one, and stuff is there. This is the visualization. Just I want to teach you. This is the visualization. It's visually interpreting the process. The second and the most powerful tool is operational research and method study, especially once it comes to the top niche people, right? And especially once it comes to the top niche businesses. Research makes the business up and running. If your company do not have a specific separate research team, and there's no any white paper or research paper is coming, especially like white papers in business, your business will lag in very soon. That is the operational research. Most of the companies do not use this tool for business process re-engineering, but this is one of very powerful activity. Change management. This is one of common story, especially nowadays. Change management is under the DevOps, development operations. But current change management, it's like a new version is introducing. But business process re-engineering is organizational management processes of the changing. Now it's a new process is introducing. It's not a deviation of the current process or a little bit modification of the process. It's not. It's a totally new story. And benchmarking. Now, what's the meaning of a benchmark? Benchmark is a mark that you keep stably. Now, this is the thing that we are thinking this is the best thing. Now, if you experience of eating somewhere, we'll get an example of like we'll get an example of like pizza, the same story of the pizza. Sometimes your benchmark is Domino's or half roast pizza, or it might be Pizza Hut, whatever. And you compare with that. You are telling half roast pizza is tasty than Domino's pizza. You are telling Pizza Hut people is not tasty than half roast, whatever. Or if you experience your tastiest pizza in Shangri-La or somewhere, Shangri-La they do not provide pizza. Somewhere, some another restaurant thing. Then you have benchmark. You are telling according to this, I don't like. This benchmark is depend on the business. If it is a aircraft engineer, if aircraft business, it might be billion. But once it comes to a small business, think like a small shop, your benchmark should not be like billions, right? Then you can't achieve that. Your benchmark is thousands. That's the benchmarking. There's a benchmark. You have wear some set of shoes. It's the most comfortable shoe. Or if you dress one from another business like shopping, it's the best. You compare with that one. In each and everywhere you compare. My house is better than this house. My house is not not happy with this one. Likewise you can tell. That's the benchmarking. And this allows to visualize and development of the processes. Now it's like visualization of the development of the processes. It's visualize. It clearly presents the development of the processes. What are the processes that should be developed? That's the benchmarking. Process and customer focus. This is the most valuable point or the valuable technique or the tool that we have to follow in business process engineering. Because whatever the thing that we are deliver, whatever the thing that we are develop, that whatever the service that we are supporting for our customer, it's for a customer, it's for a human. So at that time, what you are focusing? You're focusing to make your customer happy. How your customer happy? With the highest quality. Some people do not like to have very cheap products. That's why the Apple is getting more and more customer base. People like to show off their status. Apple phone, it's not cheap. Apple phones they do not deliver the products cheap. MacBook, it's not a cheap product. They want to demand their product. That's the customer. They focus on their customer. That's their business value. They do not develop for third world countries, or they do not want to happy a poor person. They want to happy the rich people. Then what's the story? They want to keep the maintain their benchmark of the rich people, not the poor people. The poor or people who is from middle caste, middle level. They are willing to buy an apple. Why? They want to show off they are rich people, but they are not rich somehow. Right? Some people like they spend a lot of money for this 350,000 rupees for a mobile phone. I have friends like that. They want to maintain their status, but the reality is they are suffering their entire life. It's a different story I'm telling. So as a customer you should be wise, and in the aspect of a business you should be a customer focus. You are focusing on a customer who is top niche, or that rich people, or middle people, or poor people, whoever, or people like to support the others, charity. There are businesses mainly focus on charity. Now, I think while we have understanding of these stories of business process reengineering, you should apply these tools and techniques appropriately. What you are going to visualize, how the change management is processing, how the benchmark is going, and the process and the customer focus, how these things are going here and there, you should understand well. Then the key principles. What are the key principles in here? The first one of the key principle is focus on outcomes, not task. Now, what they are focusing on the outcome. They are focusing on the outcome. What is our product looks like? How my customer is happy? What should I do to make my customer happy? What is the missing piece to make my customer happy? I do some another thing, what would be the result? So that is the focus on customers. I told the same story few times now. Identify all the processes. Identify all the processes in an organization and prioritize them in order to redesign urgency. You have to design it in the prioritized order. What is the priority of your solution? What is the priority that you are going to produce? Highest priority is the highest demanded activity. Highest priority is the highest demanded activity. Your customers are failing due to the network issues. So you should focus on having more and more network proper communication, network towers, not with the data packages. You may realize this, right? The organizations are prioritizing something else, not with the customer base, because of the influencers. Different influencers are there in a company. Different directors are highly influenced than the others. Then the priority is changing according to that director. There are situations. Everyone is telling yes sir, yes sir. If you are telling that's the correct sir. So to prioritize this order, you should use data science. You should get the previous historical data to prioritize what is the requirement of the customers. From where I'm getting the problems, from where, what is the feature that I'm getting the most problems. Then integrated information processing work into the real work produces the information. Integrate information processing. What is this integrate information processing? The information processing in a central location or centralized communication channel is there. Into the real work that produces the information. Now research work, some research work is like 50-50 chance is there. If you invest 1 billion rupees, sometimes for that 1 billion, there might be very low result because it's a research. It's a cutting edge technology. So the real work is the work that is happening at the moment, now. Right? So the information processing should be in a centralized and current processing of the information to have this business process reengineering. Treat geographically dispersed resources as through they were centralized. Now, I will give a simple example to understand this. Geographically dispersed resources. If you have learned about content delivery networks, sometimes this is the story. If not, I'll give a simple example. Your customers are distributed around different countries, China, India, Australia, and someone can be Russia and someone can be Greek. So what you are going to do, you are going to develop a centralized method. You are going to develop a centralized method. Then everyone can use the same business process. If you go for another country and some global businesses, you don't feel it's Sri Lanka or some other country. It's like exact same. Arrangements, taste, everything is exact same. Very nearly little deviations are there. The rest of the everything is exact same. But price might be differed from another country to country. Price is there. Apart from price, the processes, the business processes, how they purchased, ingredients, everything is like centralized. And link parallel activities in the workflow instead of just integrating their results. Now, there are parallel activities each and every business. It's the normal situation. These parallel activities in the workflow linked instead of these isolated business processes. Business processes can be isolated. These processes that are isolated needs to connect each other. This produce something, this produce another thing, this produce another thing. These things are producing different things, but in parallelly. So what you have to do, you just have to link these things. Then link parallel activities in the workflow instead of just integrating their results. Now, another principle is in here. If you integrated these things, you can get a result, obviously. But the story is, if you link, especially once it comes to communication, you can get more result. That's the linking of the parallel activities in a workflow. The next point is put the decision point where the work is performed and build control into the process. Now, decision point. There are situations in a business, you should get a business decision. Currently, there are business engineers, sorry, decision engineers are there, decision scientists are there. They are developing the decisions based on the data and different theories. Somehow, you should able to take a proper decision where the work is performed. Now, the major problem here is where the actual work is done. Management people claims they are the people who do the all work. Engineering people claims they are doing the all work. Right? And admin people are speaking like we are doing all administrative work in the company. Now it's actually true. It's actually true. Everyone is contributing. Everyone is contributing. If it is not, there's no any contribution, what we can do is we can remove that component, right? In a business, everyone is contributing. Everyone is worth. In a university system, lecturers are worth. Students also worth. Same. If none of student is in your institute, can your institute maintain for next 5 years? Can't. Only the lecturers can't. There are a lot of students, but no lecturers in high quality deliverables. Very low. Your institute can't maintain. And no administrative part. No one is administrative the work. They do what they want. Again, you can't. Everyone is worth. So the business process should identify the core values and what is the work performing there. Build and control into the process. That's the point. You have to build it as well as control. And build control. If there's no controller place, the place would ruin very fast. That's the story. The last point I want to discuss with you, capture information. Once at the source. If you capture the information or data later, your business process reengineering might be not a successful reengineering process because the data is generated in a separate place. As a business process reengineering person or the worker of the reengineering team, you should know where exactly the data is generating or what is the source of this data. If you're having a good understanding on this, on capturing information, on capture this information, where it's running, how these things are happening, then that is the source of your problem. The core reason that is making in a business process, you should know from starting to ending, end to end process. I will give another word, end to end process. From starting another place to ending another place. Usually their starting point might be another end of another process. That's why we are speaking end to end process. End to end process. You are telling it's an end to end process. So you should know where the information is started or the data is source. It might be the customer, or it might be the financial department, or it might be the HR department, or it might be the finance department, or it might be the software engineering team, whatever. Under the business perspective of the organizational perspective, it should be capture the data. It should capture the information once it started. That's another key principle in business process reengineering. And I think you are clear up to now. If you have any questions up to now, sometimes today lecture might be little bit theoretical subject, so not like last week. It might be not clear at a glance. Today subject is like, this is like little bit confusing. It's usual, so sometimes you might hear this same recording few times to understand what is this business process or engineering. But somehow, at least up to some extent, I believe that you know what is business process reengineering and what is a process and what is reengineering, and how these are integrated together, and where you should be apply, like what are the three places that we have to apply, we have to consider in business process reengineering, and what are the key principles that we have to follow to have success business process reengineering, and where the business process reengineering is stated actually. And I think you have some understanding on this business process reengineering stuff. If you have any question, you can ask now. Okay, if you don't have any question, now it's 32. We'll back in 45. I'll give around 10 minutes, like 12 minutes break, and come at 10:45. If you have any questions, I'm here. You can ask any question on the subject. You can chat with me or call or whatever, the email or any other way, or speak directly. You can let me know if you have any questions. Okay? If not, you can have a 10 minutes break and come to sit. I start the session again 45. Now the million worth question is how to design this BPR or how to redesign. Now, as I told you, it's not a single person's work. It's not a simple work. It's like very comprehensive work, and you should understand very thoroughly ins and out where the data generated, where the activity is happening, how the workflow is running, which is currently how the workflow is running, how the output is going. These kind of things are very important. So this is one of cyclic activity. I have grabbed this image from Wikipedia, and why I'll give a very brief explanation on this cycle. Initially, you should identify the processes. What are these processes which are currently executing? These processes are the processes that is executing currently. Then review and update. Now you should review. You should go through each and every point in the business process. Business review is something not so easy. It might get around 2 to 3 months sometimes. It's very time consuming work. Business review and update analysis. Because in this time you may find the problems that is arriving, that is happening in your business. The core processes and supportive processes, whatever the process that is getting lagged or inefficient. It might be time inefficient, it might be cost inefficient. Somehow there's an inefficient that should be captured in this space. Then the design to be. Now in this case, you have to create a separate team. You have to define a whole completely new team to redesign. Because this is the design that is you are going to propose. If this process get to a problem, then your whole cycle is fruitless. So what you have to do is you have to understand the proper design. In this case, usually review, if the review is solid and it's very clear, then the design also very clear. And in here, to the design, to have a proper design, you should have like good understanding of the business processes, good understanding of the customers. You should have a good understanding of the people who are involving everything in here. Then the test and the implementation. This is the phase that you are executing. Now we will go a little bit deeper on these processes. Identification of the objective or the goal to achieve. Under the identify process, the previous example that I have given to you, the individual students who are getting low marks. This is the objective, identification of the objective. There might be a business objective like cost is very high or lot of human resources is needed to complete a given task. This kind of identification, the objective and the goal. Objective is definitely match with the goal, because we are supposed to join with the team that is running in customer base. So the goal should be satisfy our customers. And the next point is develop the process vision and the process objective. Actually, this is the same process, same thing that I have mentioned. Like it is like business vision. Now, you know, each and every business there's a vision and a mission. Now, whenever you are identifying a process, that should be mapped with your business vision. If not, it's a bit of confusing work. It's not clear. And the process objectives. What are the objectives that you are planning to do? What are the objectives that you are supposed to follow. These kind of things, like these two activities, actually identification is the foremost activity, and development of the business vision, it should be mapping process in the identification of the process. Then once it comes to review update phase, in here customer requirement analysis should be due. What are the customer requirements and what are the existing processes? Then only you should be able to understand whether is there any possibility to develop a new business process or perform a BPR. That is based on this customer requirements and the existing processes. If the customer requirements is too high, which is out of our scope, then it's okay, totally okay, because our business vision is not to satisfy that customer. Because we are unable to satisfy all the customers in the world. None of business would not, because of this variety, because of this diversity of the people. And especially under this review and update cycle, hybrid phase, identify the processes to be redesigned. Now, you have to study about the existing processes and you have to identify the processes to be redesigned. Now, sometimes there might be processes that are currently running very smoothly. We should not interrupt their processes. I'm clearly mentioning there might be currently running processes which is very smooth. I mean, the processes running smoothly means it's very cost effective and very fast and very accurate, and our customers are happy. But there can be smoothly running processes which is not support to our customers are happy. Which is not support to our customers are happy. At that time, that's a process to be redesigned, because though it's run very smoothly, it's an internal satisfaction only. The people who are working in the company are really happy because the flow is very smooth for them. But it's not a smooth flow for the customer. That's a process to be redesigned. So I have clearly described the smoothly or the redesign process, and understand the measure the existing processes. You should understand and measure the existing processes. The existing processes can be like it's getting 7 days or 1 month to complete a task. So the measurement or the goal, achievable goal, should measure in perfect way. If you do not measure something, you would not be able to perform well in next time. I will give an example. If there's no any examination in your subject, no exams in your subject, you are really happy, right? No exams. You are really happy. No exams. You just learn. But once it comes to a same person who is not in your institute, another parallel institute who is learning project management under the information systems concept, then it's a problem, right? It's a problem because you haven't measured how much strong you are. You don't know how much strong you are. Sometimes you are stronger than them. Sometimes you are weaker than them. If we keep an examination, that means there's a clear idea that you are strong up to this extent. If the examination results are fair, then you are confident on this much of level. You are clear this much of understanding is there. And the same perspective would apply for the business. You are running your business on, you don't care about your competitors, then what would be happen? Your competitors will move fast. At the end of the day, you will be a loser. In the business environment, you might lose your entire money, your reputation, your goodwill, everything. There are situations which was happen like that. You just run along and competitors ran faster than you, than the other than the company. Then the key company was gone lost. And competition is always there. Like currently Xiaomi and Samsung, they are like competing each other for market share. They are competing each other. But once it comes to Nokia, they are the people who rule. They are like done very rich solutions, but they was failed. I'm not telling it's totally because of an understanding of this story. Due to some reason. This might be another reason. Then in this phase, you are having very good understanding of this processes that are lagging, or your customer is not happy at the end of the day. Then formulating the process re-engineering. Now you should re-engineer because you have understood these kind of problems are there. Now what you have to do is you have to formulate which kind of parameters that I should adjust. It might be financial adjustment. It might be a human resource. It might be a human resource adjustment. There might be a single person who is disrupting entire business. There might be people like that. Somehow you should formulate what are the parameters that you are going to adjust, how much an initial investment will be there, how much subjective investment needs be there, like kind of things are there. Formulate in the business process, the process re-engineering. And especially there are IT levers. This can support to leverage your business. Information technology is one of powerful tool and technique to leverage your business, definitely. The core consideration is defining new processes instead of automating the existing tasks. Now, there might be a process that is doing by a human resource. Now what you are going to do is you are going to develop an application and you are supposed to deliver into your company as a business process re-engineering. But that is not an business process re-engineering. It's an IT automation. Are you clear? That is not business process re-engineering. Business process re-engineering is not something proposing a new software to remove your human resource. I'm clearly telling again, you are proposing a new software to remove the entire human resources and current processes and proposing a new software designed to solve your problem. This is not a business process re-engineering. It's an automation task. You should clearly understand about this automation, information technological automation and business process re-engineering. Unless lot of places there might be you misunderstood about these things. This is not business information technological automation. This is defining a new path. There might be one or two data entry operators might be there and a whole new business process is there. Then information technology supports like nearly 90%. Information technology can support to enhance your business process. Now at this point we have completed our design process and what are the things that we are going to do. And the next path is next phase is testing the applicability of the re-engineering process. Now, if you develop a whole new process, you can't say it's 100% work. You can't say it's 100% work. There might be problematic places. Right? There might be problematic because we are working with another human. There's a nature of resistant. We are nature for resistant. We once someone introduced something, And up to now, we have run very smoothly. Something renew process is introducing. We resist for that. We are resist for that. That's the nature of a human. So your business process might not accepted by all the people. There might be lazy people who do not work anything. Now you are supposed to you propose a new business process re-engineering, and that lazy person is always trying to disrupt this process. That's the nature. That person can be an influensive person too. That person is natively lazy. He do not want to do anything. He just free rider. There are people in your company. Once you go for a company, definitely there are free riders. If someone is asked to do some work, they try to disrupt the entire story. Sometimes the teams can be disrupted. There are people, and there are some sort of people, they show off like they are doing the whole work, but they are not doing. They speak like they are the hero. There are personalities like that, persona types. By after performing this re-engineering, that fake person would get real work. Then what would be happen? Then that person would resist on this. He would try to destroy the entire process and the new process. Those are the real scenarios once it comes to business process re-engineering. Right? If you if you are in a solid team, then this is the place to be implement the novel process. There's a new process that is going to implement in here. Finally, design and build a prototype of new process. Now, always business process reengineering would advise not to implement the whole process at a glance. Use a pilot project. Give a chance for flexible people to first of all run. Then they would influence to the others because they have practiced to use this. Once the initial processes are defined in a place, there might be people who accept and there might be people who do not accept. 2 weeks back, I told the same story to you. There are samples. There are samples. These are free samples for flexible people, flexible identifiable people for the prototyping. It's a prototype. It's a free of charge. You taste this food. And the same aspect we can apply for a large scale business. If the business is running in the process would impact for 500 people, first select around 50 people, then try to implement them. They might be flexible people. They might be understand the story, the new story. If you feel it's solid, then you can go on an incremental installation of another step like phase 2 to now 50 is already in your process. You can implement for 250. That means get another 200 people and implement the process. Now 250 is working. Then you do not want to do anything because you are supposed to have 500 people to work. 250 is already working in smooth manner. Definitely the rest of the 250 would move to the new process. But keep an eye, there might be interrupters are there. There might be even 499 people are working happily. One person is struggling to destroy the new business process. So you should do relevant human resource work on that person and discuss what to do. And there are situations like due to this business process re-engineering, human resources are removed, layoffs are there. There's a story in Word. We'll discuss about the case study. There was 500 people and it was removed 450 people again. There was jobless people, 400 people, because of this business process reengineering. Now, this is very critical point because you are working with another person who is working in a company or earning from that job. So you have to critically think as a human. You should be empathical. Empathical means you should go to their foot and understand what's the story. That's empathical. I think you're clear about this designing phase of this business process reengineering. What are the steps and what are the things that you should consider in this business process recycles? Business process reengineering cycle. Now, another technique that is applied in business process reengineering is 3R. The first one is redesign. Measurements, simplify, standardization. Now, once you are redesigning, you should design the measurements. What are the measurements that should be followed? And you should design with the mind of simplify. Now, initially, your process is very simple and anyone can understand. I'm speaking about the customer's perspective. For a business, it might be very complex work. It might be okay. But once it comes to a simply process and you are defining a new gates for the customer would say it's not simplified process. For a business, the people who are working in a business, they might get simplified. But this is not the simplified for the business people. They are speaking about the customer simplicity. So once you are redesign, you should consider the simplified version for the customers. The next point is standardization. There should be a standard. Now you are in a software company. There's a standard process of delivering the product to the client. Initially you develop the product and there's a software testing team, then they would test it, then internal acceptance team is there, then internal accept, then user acceptance team is there, then the end users are accepting, then there's a pilot deployment or alpha or beta releases are there, then only it's the real world product is leave to the world. Now there's a standard. If you go for another company, it's the exact same. There's a standard. Now this standard should be followed in the redesign. By performing this redesigning, it's not mentioning you break all the standards and design your thing. You can't do that. You can't redesign by completely removing the standards. You should in the standards, and while you are in the standard, you should redesign. The second point is retooling, reduction tools. Now there are tools can be reduce your work while you are performing a business process reengineering. There might be new tools to be applied, new tools to be introduced. These can be technological tools like softwares or process blocker remover tools. What are these process blockers? There might be a hardware which requires to introduce a new process. Now I'll give a real world example for this. Time back, there might be huge queue in a bank, even for deposit, even for withdrawal, to whatever the thing you have to do via this queue. Even once I'm a kid, there was a queue. But nowadays, half of the way or 90% of the work is performing by an automated teller machine. It can deposit money, it can withdraw money, even other functionalities like request a checkbook and stuff also there. So it's a process blocker. time back. It's a process blocker. There's no mechanism to understand whether this is a real note or not. That's a process blocker. The problem is you can deposit some amount which is not a real world worth note. It's a fake. Now it's a process blocker is whether this is a real note or not. That's the blocker. Once you remove this one, a retooling can be implemented, a whole new process can be introduced. This is very supportive, especially nowadays the technological tools are supposed to do these things. Once you redesigning, there's a retooling definitely. It might be one, it might be many. Reorchestration. Now you know what is orchestration, right? Do you know orchestration? Right. Orchestration is like this. Now there in a play, it's a musical instruments are playing. I think you have seen. There's a leader who is in front of and doing some work. A stick is moving here and there, right? That's the only thing that from my perspective that I can see. This person is uh, moving this stick and hands. This is the leader. The orchestration is performed according to these instructions. At the whole, there might be 600 people who is playing instruments, but single person is commanding for each and everyone to make this music nice. So what is this reorchestration? You are introducing new processes and new human resource to synchronize to perform the same thing in a different aspects, but in the same time. The finance, HR, IT, three people are there, three teams are there. So these three teams are performing the same activity in the same time. And the output is exactly same. Sometimes we have heard about the silos, company silos. There might be silos, the standalone teams. They are telling I'll do everything. You don't want to disturb me. But once it comes to a business process reengineering, you should follow this reorchestration. There might be some people, they are not the leaders furthermore. There are situations. There might be some another person who is the leader. The leader is totally changed. Reorchestration. Process and human resource. So this is another technique that we can apply for business process reengineering. Now business process reengineering team. The first one is the team leader. As obviously, this is the process owner who is following the process, who is the person who is following the entire story or the entire recycle. This is the team leader. The next one is steering committee. Steering committee is a committee that is included with a Spock, and there might be set of directors and there might be a set of decision makers based on the data science, and there might be competitor evaluators. What are the things our competitors are doing? That is, these people are like 8 to 10, sometimes 20 to 25 people are under this steering committee. These people are the driving the process, the business process re-engineering team. Actually, this team is led by the team leader. Then process owner. Who is the process owner? responsible for a specific business process. Now, team leader is responsible for all the business processes. There might be a business process reengineering factor, reengineering process with around 25 processes, business processes. At the end of the day, new 25 business processes might introduce. Now, process owner is responsible for a one specific business process, but team lead is responsible for all 25 processes. We need all 25 processes to complete the business process reengineering cycle. Process owner is responsible for one single business process, and this person is responsible for business process reengineering team. Now, if there are 25 business cycles are there, business processes are defining, there might be 25 teams available. Or it might be a cross team. But what's this meaning of the cross team? A person who is working in one or more process teams simultaneously, like coordinators. This is a common scenario in business process reengineering. Reengineering team responsible for recreation of the process. These are the people who gather the data, identify the blockers, discussions, brainstorming, everything is performing in here. Responsible for recreation of the process. Now, there might be some add or remove roles to this BPR team. These are the very basic or most important roles under this business process reengineering team. Then discusser. This is the individual person. This is the individual person who is supporting for the engineering team. One of engineering team led by this process owner. All the process owners are led by the team leader. Steering committee is separated team who is following whether this process is running smoothly or not. Then they are providing their comments, their ideas, they are sharing their experience with the engineering team. Now the role of information technology, as I initially told, information technology is the master piece in business process reengineering, because whenever from 90s, whenever there's a reengineering cycle, then technology, information technology is the foremost character throughout the business process. Information technology is a critical factor, as I told you. Now I'm telling again, this is not by automation. Information technology by introducing new processes, able to remove complete process cycles by a software product. Now there are business cycles totally removed by this software product. That business process is not furthermore. That process cycle is not furthermore in the company. The process is removed because a small function is conducting all the processes done by 50 people. Now software product or initializing a new software product is not meant an automation. It's not the meaning. But the software product should follow up the key pillars in re-engineering cycle. We have discussed about rapid development. We have discussed about agile development. Now these cycles can be injected to this software product cycle, obviously, but the story is you should produce a new process. That process can be removal of the entire story. That process can be removal of the entire story, or it can be supporting for the new business process reengineering cycle. Both can be happen, but it's not an automation of the work. Now you might have a question, what is this automation? Again and again is telling. Now automation is just a process that is defined, like a human is there, then that calculations and other stuff is done by this computer or the software. That's the automation. Or it can be end-to-end automation. End-to-end automation means the complete process is removed, then the software has conquered that entire story. That is business process reengineering. The process enhancement in communication. Now, common problem in business processes are the communication problems. Because we are working with people, human. Some people do not like to speak at all. Some people do not like to speak with some sort of people. Like students do not like to speak with the lecturers. Common scenario. Right? That's for fun. But the story, once you join for a company, you should speak with your colleagues. But even if you want to speak, you do not speak with the others. You keep calm, quiet. You are telling it's okay, I'll handle somehow. Kind of scenarios are there. Now there is a communication lag due to this people, because we are working with humans. We are not working with a robot. The efficiency enhancement can be performed via digital communication. Nowadays, there are a lot of digital communications are happening rather than 2 years back. We do not have like online classes. If that's so, management would tell why it's an online class. No, you should come to the place and do the lecture. The difference what I can feel is the facial expressions and the hand and body motions. That's it. Voice is there, and someone's face can be seen. That's it, right? There is nothing than that. Even at that time you slept in the class. Even now you are sleeping in the class. So you can't say digital learning would not well, but the digital communication, especially once it comes to digital communication, Skype calls are there, video presentations are there, lot of things are there. Novel communications, emails are like time back. Even last decade, it was initiated well initiated in Sri Lanka. Now the role of human resource. This is a nice story. Human resource management is currently stick to few HR executives. Now, if you go for a company, definitely near future, you are applying for a job, and if you are not doing a startup, you will go for a job, right? In any company, whatever I have visited up to now, what I have seen is only 2 to 3 HR people are there. HR executives are there. Why? If the HR is the most demandable job, why there are 2 or 3 people? I don't know. There are a lot of degrees in Sri Lanka, diplomas in there for HR. I'm not sure why they are not. It's my personal perspective. I'm not sure because I'm not sure how many job opportunities are opening in there. Very less. What I have seen is 2 to 3 people are there, not more than that. Why? Because of because of this process re-engineering. This business process re-engineering removed everyone time. Nowadays, your HR human resource management team is stick to 2 to 3, or it might be around 6 to 10. Even for large scale companies that I have worked, not more than 10 people in HR team. I'm pretty sure not more than 10. I have seen around 10 to 12, not more than that. At that time, they also doing nothing, right? They just send an email to someone else. It's like coordination. Human resource management is like, what from my perspective, it's like coordinators. They don't support for customers, they don't support for the people who are working in the company, they don't do anything. They just send an initial and mail. Like I give an example, if you send your CV to HR people, they send that email to relevant tech lead or that architect. Then that person would select who is the person to be perform the interview. Then architect send a mail to HR person. Please call uh, interviews for these people. Then again, HR people would do another coordination with the candidates and ask come at 8 o'clock. Then the candidate goes to the interview at 8 o'clock. Then HR representative comes to there and again coordinate with the tech lead and candidate to be the relevant room. That's it. The only support is like it's like a coordination. But HR human resource management is very deep concept. But currently they can't do anything. They just like dependence. They are like depending on each and everyone. Finance, technical team, everyone is like on top of this HR. So HR people, I'm not sure what they are doing in a company. They just, and I'm not sure even they are not supposed, they are supposed to help us, right? They're supposed to help us, but they do not do. They just do some coordination and keep quiet. It's not a part of my job. They pass the ball to relevant person and keep quiet. That's it. You go to the company, realize the same story. And don't get anger with HR people because they are like dumb people. They can't do anything. They just keep quiet. They can't do because they can't do any decision making. They do one thing. If you ask for a high salary after going 3 interviews, if you ask a high salary, they can tell, sorry, we can't satisfy you for this amount of money. That's it. That's the only thing in HRM. That's why the business process re-engineering removed the HRM team one by one. I'm pretty sure in near future, like next decade, no HR people would be there. Everything is conducted by an automation system. Right? Now, if we get barrier in hiring, now there's a huge problem in for a given job opportunity. There might be 100 applicants might be applied. So new BPR, new business process re-engineering can be proposed. Once an application removed, an automated recruitment process might be introduced. So no need any human resource management for recruitment. They are fully automated. Think a company like Google or Facebook, for a given job opportunity, there might be more than 50,000 people are applying. I'm pretty sure more than 50,000 people. So do you think someone can follow all the 50,000 CVs? No, there are an automated tools to identify which is who is the most optimum character for this job. Then it goes to the relevant people, then only the initiative is starting. That is a new process. Now, that is the reason that human resource management is almost gone, almost died. No point of this human resource management. If they are not supporting for a business, the business process reengineering would remove these people day by day. If there's a friend who is doing human resource management, please ask what's your plan. That's for fun. Another thing I just want to say, the role of human resource. I have spoke about human resource management. The story of human resource is like dependent story, because usually up to now, whenever there's a human business process reengineering is gone, there's a layoff. Layoff means the people would lose their jobs, because business process engineering reengineering is mainly following practices for cost effective and time efficient and high quality. By having lot of human, by having lot of people, we are unable to achieve this cost, quality, time. The only solution is introducing new software products. Now, the role of human resources depend on the problem. The other way, the other side of this business process reengineering is it introduces new job roles. Now, time back for information technology to support the technical problems. There's a technical advocates are there. Then technical advocates are moved, like renamed. Everything is renamed, right? Role is renamed for technical support people. Then the technical component removed, just support team. Then again, they are introducing new things, right? While these job roles are changing, they introducing new things. Now it's like DevOps. Now they have another set of operations because of this reengineering. After reengineering, there might be another new tool assigned. To maintain this new tool, there's another new human resources are required. Now, if you are learning machine learning, initially the machine learning engineers or the artificial intelligent engineers, they follow the practices. Currently, there's a new process, ML ops, machine learning operations. Because of this business process reengineering, that's why I'm telling, there might be some set of people who lose the job and there's another set of people who get the job. Both sides can be happen. Both sides can be happen. Somehow, the business process reengineering is focusing on the cost, quality, time, and the speed of the product to be delivered to the real world or the customer in satisfactory manner. That's the role of HR. So human resources should follow these processes to have success business. Then the approaches to redesign. What are the approaches to redesign? Business process mapping, business process mapping. This is the visualization that I spoke time back. This is the visualization. Business process outsourcing. Currently, lot of information technological softwares running in US, UK, Australia, New Zealand, Japan, or some another country. But in Sri Lanka, we are developing a lot of softwares. They have outsourced the business process. We'll discuss it also. Introducing new novel project management practices. There might be project management practices to introduce for the redesign. Not only that, there might be lot of new approaches for redesign. You can research on this and you can come. We'll do a small activity and we'll understand how to do more redesigning on this. Business process mapping. This is one of major part in business process reengineering. Now, business process management is the top level. As I show you, business process management is in the top level. Business process reengineering is inside this business process management. And business process mapping having set of steps. We will discuss one by one. Pre-assessment of process. Now, we are planned to map. We are planned to map the current processes with the new processes. Pre-assessment of process is process start, where the data is generating, where the information is generating. All parts of processes. Now, a given process consists more than one process, sub-process. There might be 5 to 10 sub-processes to complete a given process, because a process is not a single task. It has a lot of subtasks. So one key step is pre-assessment. All parts of the process. Then deliverables in the process. Now for a given process or a sub-process, I'll tell it's a process. A given process may consists of set of deliverables. It might be a tangible output or it might be an intangible output. In another aspect, we can see the deliverables in the process. The deliverables in the process as a small piece of the entire solution. A small piece, especially like supply chain management is integrating for the business process. Then business process mapping would emphasize on this supply chain management activities, because we are getting a lot of external resources support to make our business success. The next point is identify the bottlenecks. In the business process mapping, we have to spend a lot of time, sometimes 2 to 3 months, for identification of the bottlenecks. What are the places that we are lagging? What are the key features for this lag? What makes this process unclear? Why we are spending this much of amount for this task? These questions should be fire. Then you can identify the bottlenecks accordingly. Different bottlenecks are there. It might be managerial problem, it might be a technical problem, or it might be the end user's problem. Like user has done something uh, inappropriate work. There might be. Once you identify the bottlenecks, you have to define the re-engineering goal. What is your goal? You are going to reduce your time. Currently, a product is complete within 50 hours. For a complete 50 hours, currently we want to complete a product. And our goal is to reduce that time to 5 hours. 45 hours of time reduction is planned. This is a re-engineering goal. Then we are planning to do this activity. Then we are planning to do this activity, the re-engineering goal. The quality improvement. Another aspect is quality improvement. The quality of the product. Now, how do we define a quality? Anyone? How do you define a quality? How do you define the quality? Any idea? Yes. Meets or exceeds the customer's requirement. Whether satisfy the customer. That's how we define quality. Now, quality improvement means now we have a set of people who are using our software product or our any product. Now there's a quality. Currently there's a quality, but we want to improve. We want to enhance the quality. This is very hard because different people think in different aspects. Different people are speaking according to their experience. So the quality, if you're defining a goal as a quality, you should create a benchmark as well as evaluation criteria before you define this re-engineering goal. If not, your customer base will lose. That's the quality improvement. Then refining the process. At a glance, we might unable to complete a complete business process cycle. Business process reengineering cycle is very tedious process. It's not a simple thing. So you have redefined the process few times sometimes. Sometimes it might be 4 to 5 times. By refining, you should adjust your redesigning goal, because reengineering goal is the important factor, that factor that we are going to achieve at the end of the day. While you are refining the process, if you keep the engineering goal as it is, it might be a problem, because you are trying to refine the process to reduce cost 50%. Now the process is refined to implement a complete new process by using a software product. There's no any human. There's no human involved. But the initial investment moves to 1 trillion. Think a situation like that. It's not worth, right? It's not worth. So you have to define this re-engineering goal according to your refining processes, unless it might be a problem. The final step in business process mapping is assessment of the enhancement. What is the assessment of your enhancement? How you are telling this process is enhanced? Now you can spend 6 months and you can spend 100,000 rupees or 200 or 600 or 10,000 or 1 million or something, right? And at the end of the day, after 6 months, you are telling, right, I have completed my business process re-engineering cycle. But how you can measure it? How you can confirm? Because business needs figures, numbers. They require numbers. How much? 33% of enhancement, 65% of enhancement, or 45 hours time reduction. How to tell? How you are going to assess? This business process mapping is a mechanism that follows these activities in visual, by using a visual representation. So very easily anyone can understand this business process mapping. This is the thing that we are going to check, and these are the problems that we are having, and this is the goal that we are going to achieve, and how we are going to refine the process, and this is the process that we are going to assess. Finally, we are achieving this. Now, you can go through this business process mapping a little bit further. I just skim, and I have just roughly given some understanding about this business process mapping. Business process reengineering in the context of business process outsourcing. Now, let me share the story with you. Now you are hiring. Now you want to do some work. Right? You want to build a house. You want to build a house. You have money to purchase raw materials, and you are the owner of the land. But you don't have skills. You don't have skills to draw the design. What you do? You outsource that work. You get the help from someone else. You can't construct because you don't have skills and knowledge. You outsource it. Now extract, same thing happens in here. Business process outsourcing. The business process which is currently happening here. I will draw this story. Now this is the current situation. There are situations like these activities are there. Here your client is there. Here the client communication channel, and this is your software development team, and this is your delivery team, and this is your maintenance team. Now what's happening here? Your software development team is very young, no experience at all, and very high cost. What you can do is you can remove this component and you can send that into Asia, like Sri Lanka. The company is US company or UK company or Australia or Netherlands or any other country, because we are having a good experience in software development. What are the tools that we have? What are the processes, sub processes we have to follow? What are the things we have to develop and how we are going to deliver? How to maintain the quality? Everything is with us. Now what this company can do? This company can outsource their business process. This is the business process that they follow. This process from here to here, they outsource. The business process is outsourcing for a consultant team. This can enhance the quality very high level. We can reduce the cost very high level, because if it is US dollars, they have to spend a lot of amount for their people, because their items are very high cost. But once it comes to Sri Lanka, we are okay for the same amount or less amount, and our team can work on that. The labor cost is cheaper than the other countries. That's the reason many of the companies outsourcing for us, especially like Sri Lanka. We are maintaining high quality product and we are highly considerate about our clients rather than the other Asian countries. But Sri Lankan labor cost is not like very cheap. It's not very cheap. It's cheap. It's not very cheap. Now, by outsourcing the business process, they can reduce the risk of entire thing should be followed by another manager, another consultant. A lot of people are working in here. They just inform to another company, please do this. Then they just pay for that. That's it. This company would do everything here as a black box and deliver to the end user. That's the best thing. If you want to do a business process re-engineering, the best thing, one of best thing can be introduce business process outsourcing. By introducing outsourcing, you can do the work by someone else behalf of you. Lower cost, highest quality. In a lower time, with high speed and efficient way. I think now it's very clear this business process reengineering and business process outsourcing. Right, there's a small case study for and Taco Bell. What can I do is uh, I'll give you some time. Just search. Right? You just search. There are 4 students today. 2 of you can discuss Ford case study, and 2 of you can share the Taco Bell business process reengineering. Right? You can decide who are the people working on that, and then before these case studies, I just want to confirm that you have good understanding on this business process reengineering. So I'll create a Google Doc for you, and there's a separate topic related to business process reengineering. You have to share your own thoughts. I'm not telling to give 100% correct or 100% incorrect or some idea. I just want some idea, because now you have understanding about business process reengineering, concepts, tools, what you have to do, everything you have now. Now what I want to do is to apply this knowledge. You have gained like very deeper understanding on this business process reengineering, very deep. Now sometimes it might be overflow for you, right? There might be situations like that. So what we can do is we can confirm that you have good understanding on this business process reengineering. So I have created let me share this link with you. Now you are in a steering team, business process steering team, and you are a director, right? You are a director. You should provide your thoughts. You should provide your thoughts on this topic, because as a director you can't keep quiet, because you will get some amount, right? So there's a topic to discuss. You should apply whatever the things. Now up to now we have discussed a lot of things. As a team, there's 44 people. As a team, each one please contribute in one or more aspects for this topic. I will give around 15 minutes to contribute this document. I will give 15 minutes to you. So you should provide. Now you are in a team of business process engineering team, and you are a director. So you are in the steering team. So your responsibility to provide valuable input, not just some sort of random input, a valuable input to this business process reengineering. Now I'll tell again the story. I'll tell another story. This is like you are supposed to have business process reengineering using social media. So social media is one of powerful tool for business intelligence and other all the business aspects, especially connect with the customers. So your customers happiness, customers aspects, customers views, customers expectations, customers goals, everything can be viewed in social media. So social media is one of very strong platform for business process re-engineering. So now you are going to re-engineer your advertising and marketing team by introducing social media platform as a re-engineering tool. So it's the time. What you have to do is you have to add a comment. You have to comment on this. What are the processes that you should introduce based on social media? Based on social media, what are the processes that you should add? What are the things that you should follow? Is there any external tool that you should follow? Likewise, you can uh, clear on this social media platform as a business process re-engineering or business process re-engineering using social media. Okay, I'll change it. Business process re-engineering using now it's your time. Please have your comments. It might be wrong because I think everyone is using social media, at least one social media platform you are using. And I know you all visited at least few places, business places, and you have seen the social media platform, the influence of the social media platforms. And what we have to follow is we have to follow the business process re-engineering using social media platform. Social media platforms, how to use these social media platforms for business process re-engineering. I think it's clear. If you are not clear, if there's something unclear, let me know. I'll help you on that. Now it's time to you. You can start typing on the document. I have shared the document. Business process re-engineering using social media platforms. Start. I will give around 10 to 15 minutes. Please contribute. If you can't memorize this PowerPoint slide, I'll share with you now. Just a second. You can go through my PowerPoint slide. If you want any help, let me know. And if you are facing like any issue to download, let me know, then I'll share to your email. I have shared the slide deck with you. Please download it and you can go through the slide deck. Please contribute, share your thoughts, your ideas on this topic. This is one of trending topic, business process re-engineering using social media platforms, because it can totally emphasize your advertising and marketing team. From here, you can ask any question. This is social business process re-engineering.